Testing, testing, testing. Stream is good. We're live. Not hearing anything. Not seeing anything. Alright. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Oh man, I am hungry. I realized I didn't eat dinner or lunch. No breakfast, actually. Well, actually breakfast. Just gotta try to something to eat. I'm hungry. Testing, testing. I'm also broke. It's a penny in the hat. Thank you. No, seriously. Whew. It's hot. It's hot today. I got every fan going. Got my AC. Just. I feel so pretty. I'm so pretty. Yes. Okay. Yes. That joke was a little late. Playlist. It's supposed to be random. It's not exactly random enough. I got a ton of images in there, and oh, I don't want to eat another bowl of rice. Too much carb. I've got $7. Unfortunately, that's not enough. Let's see. Hold on, hold on. Maybe I got some money in my wallet and I can order something delivered. I've got $9 in my wallet. Where's my piggy bank? Super piggy bank. Let's see, I will dig here. I got $9. Be right back. Just a second. I get like. There's got to be some sort. YouTube ought to offer some sort of radio station you can play in the background. Non-copyright music. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. yes, new story titles for children. Curious. Don't ask. I don't know where that came from either. It was just there, waiting for the taking. Let's see, 15. It's pennies. Yeah. $9.15. Let's see. See what they got in Smitty's. $7 in the bank, $9 in hand. Poses a conundrum when it comes to ordering in lunch. I'm going to be off just for a second. Alright, hello. I've ordered dinner. I have a great big front roast beef sub. It's a lot of bread, but I haven't eaten much today, so I think I might keep the carbs low, meats and veggies, everything else. Try and keep high. Just a second. Yummy. Okay, got a new Nip and Tuck posted. I believe y'all saw that. let's see here. Oh, I didn't want that. I want force a habit. I'm trying to click on the art program. I clicked on WildStar by mistake. I'm really addicted. I think I'm getting into this thing. Let's see. Oh my. Stream bitrate value is 821. Great. I'll just go out there and yank a few thousand more kilobytes per second out of my rear end. I do have cookery. The problem is that among other things, I do cook. It's just that I don't know. I'm just current events have kind of conspired against. Let's leave it at that. Right. I'm trying to think. I can't think. My brain is not working because I am so darn hungry. It's going to be another 45 minutes before food gets here. They are literally within sight where I live. But it's going to take them that long to make a roast beef sandwich and deliver it here. But cheap, you know. I'm trying to think, but nothing's happening. I really am. I'm just trying to get the comics rebooted, start going, running, you know. Come on, computer. What's it doing? It's oh, I have no idea what it's doing. Let's see here. Okay, I've got Skype. If anybody wants to call in and talk on the show, I am RH Junior 01. RHJUNIOR 01. If you want to talk to me, if you want to call, ask some questions about the show, about the comics, about whatever the heck it is I'm doing, scream in and if you're a left-wing loony or a rock, call in. All feminists are fat and ugly. That ought to get them calling. Oh, they're finally adding flying. Well, it's about time. Saying World of Warcraft caved into fan pressure. They're adding flying to Warlord. I'm just repeating it just to clarify. Well, anyway. Adrian, you're out. You are leaving a foot-wide trail behind you of conversations, data, and information about yourself. That door is too late to close. You know what I'm saying? But you know, if you're not comfortable with it calling in, you know, that's fine. But if you want to call, but anyway, back to World of Warcraft. Look, fan pressure. You gotta succumb to it to some level. Fans, it's the fans that keep the game running. It's the fans online. Please, like donating something, drop something in the donation bin for. But anyway, the World of Warcraft, they lost. They gained 3 million subscriptions over the Christmas season, and then lost them all after the Warlords of Draenor. Everybody, worked through it and realized the flaws in it. They didn't like it. They weren't thrilled. Now, I got to say this. Look, when they inform people that no flying in Warlords of Draenor, I want you to think about it. First of all, think of people that spent hours and hours and hours leveling up their characters to the level where they can fly. So they can ride flying mounts. That's hours work. You got to earn enough gold in the missions for the license and the steed. And then there are all the ones who busted their humps getting flying mounts, the special drops, or them online. Paid gold in the actual cash in the World of Warcraft store for this epic cool mount. And then they get this beautiful bird of paradise with flaming wings, and they get it into Warlords of Draenor. It suddenly transforms into a penguin, flightless bird, and you're riding around on this thing like a Muppet riding on the back of a chicken when you're trying to do these missions. Flight was a big reward, and game. And when they took it out of the game, when they left it in the other zones, but when they made it so even earn a flying mount in Warlords of Draenor, that was just another, they'd been shooting themselves in the foot gun all day. That was just one more shot in the foot, So, you moved in, somebody picked up a clue. Somebody picked up a clue. People want to play with the toys they paid for. Biggest mistake companies make is that they get mad that people want to play with a toy they paid for. These players are farming people for farming in the game. They're paying you for the privilege of doing it. They're taking the skin off of nobody else's nose, but ban them anyway. They go out of their way. Stop enjoying things in the way we don't intend you to. That's one of the things in WildStar that's kind of a drawback. They don't have any flying mounts at all in WildStar. And for a space gap, hopefully once they get their feet up, get rolling, they have space missions, but you don't fly the ship. You're just a guy trying to deal with an infestation of aliens, whatever. But they need to have flying mounts in the game. They need to have flying vehicles in the game. To have space missions where you fly your own spaceship. Of course, it's supposed to be the spaceship you flew there that's been converted into your sky, but they don't have actual flying spaceships, So I gotta say that's the one thing that they made a mistake on with the fundamental ideas. Everything is ground bound. I gotta say WildStar is they're only old, so it's too late to call them. It's too early to call them dead, and too early to call them failure. They're going through growing pains. Free to play, but I suspect as they expand and grow, they'll start. The first 20 levels of World of Warcraft are free to play too. So there you have it. Yeah, that's the problem with corporations. When they make a mistake and try to correct it's like New Coke. You remember New Coke? I remember New Coke. I grew up in the 80s. I grew up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and the 70s, 80s, and Coca-Cola came out with New Coke to try and compete better with Pepsi. They changed the Coca-Cola formula. Pepsi drinkers weren't, and the Coca-Cola fans didn't like the new taste. Mad because they couldn't get the classic Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola tried to crawfish, but they didn't want they did anything. It was like, okay, we're changing everything, but we didn't do anything wrong. And so there. So they kept on canning fancy silver label, and they didn't even call it regular Coke. They called it Coca-Cola New Coke and Coca-Cola Classic. The Pepsi Corporation, they were busting Coca-Cola's chops in the commercials. They had one guy come in and say, he says, "I'd like to buy a Coke." And he said, the guy behind the counter, "Do you want the new Coke?" Which is really the old Coke. It's called the Classic Coke, but Coke. And he says, "Which one do you?" And he hands him a Pepsi. Anyway, but they didn't want to admit, they backed off of their terrible an inch at a time, denying that they had made a mistake every step of the way. Warlords, World of Warcraft is going to do that too. Their customer of 3 million subscribers. It's one thing to get 3 million and lose most of them, but to lose all of them, that's kind of epic. And so they're going to back off. They're going to make it like pulling teeth at first, but eventually they'll break down and put in some in Warlords of Draenor. We want you to walk everywhere. That's Nintendo hard. Okay? Difficult. Arbitrarily difficult. Apparently, when you become a corporate executive, I guess you reach a point, you just can't admit you made a mistake. Beaten in the face for a couple more, 6 months. I'd probably rethink that too. I mean, when you get 3 million, I want to see 3 million new subscribers they got holiday season, and how many of the new customers they got in the holiday season were the ones they lost in spring. Is there an overlap? Did they gain a bunch of new ones and lose a bunch of old ones, or did they just, That's my point. You want your players to walk everywhere? Make it fun to do. They forget, they fly up their own rear end. But World of Warcraft, like I said, they're the McDonald's. They're Mickey Mouse. They're McDonald's. They're Mickey Mouse. They're one of these corporations that's been around. They set the landmark. They set the standard. They really did. They were among the first. They made Morpgers what they are, and it's very difficult for new game design that they set up. There's a whole list of standard features you find in any Morpger with different trappings, but and they were all established by World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft literally, they lost the population, 3 million people. Think about that. Does your town have 3 million people? That's like half of New York City getting up and leaving. Yeah, you could do the same thing in, they've got that new in-game token you can earn that lets you buy time on World of Warcraft. But that doesn't, that isn't a reason that the people would still be subscribed. They just wouldn't be paying for it with actual cash. They could afford to do things like that because of the audience. Other games, WildStar had has that system too. They're going, but right now they had, you can still buy the game, and you'll all sorts of bonuses if you keep your subscription up through the switchover. But still, that's a Edmund. Why'd you leave? The game got boring. What? But anyway, they can afford to do stuff like that. They gain and lose more players on a seasonal basis than many other mortgages get total. WildStar is currently kind of sparsely populated in most areas. Of course, that may be the hours I play. Sometimes it's kind of crowded, sometimes, but it seems like they got room to shake. Like I was saying, WildStar is a lot more fun to play. Graphics, it's more innovative, and if they get through the games, they might be a reasonable challenge to the World of Warcraft, if they can avoid the traps that come with going free to play. Going free to play, usually it becomes an excuse to buy stuff online store. Instead of working on the game, they're working on new widgets and costume pieces to sell for actual money in the in-store game, in the in-game store rather. But if they can avoid that, they are working to avoid that from what I've heard. They're using different incentives and ways to keep people in, that kind of. But anyway. Let's see, I was wanting to look at... Oh yes, that's right. Got to open up the bamboo dock. I'm thinking, new topic, Pony. Episode 100 was great. The plot was kind of silly. The thing with the basically the main six were busy dealing with a monster called a bugbear, which was basically a giant bear crossed with a bumblebee. It looked like a cross between a panda, a polar bear, and a giant hornet or something. And they laid down some canon that's going to cause them problems later. Apparently, the bugbear was supposed to have escaped from Tartarus. Where is there? They are going to have to break down and write something about this Tartarus, Equestria's version of Tartarus. It's apparently some sort of monster prison. What I think would be an interesting twist if it turned out that it was sort of like a zoo. Come to Tartarus, see the bugbear and the hydra and we have our real live Jerick in a cage. Screw you! Right over there, folks. I do not like the idea of Tartarus being their version of hell. For multiple theological reasons, I don't like it. The implications are kind of icky, to say the least. But the idea, as a mundane prison, You know, they've got to come up with something. They've got to come up with an explanation for that works. Crap. The driving right on the tablet again. I have no idea how to. I have no idea how to fix that. So I'm just going to have to work with it mouse style. That's aggravating. Spend all that money and just go to all the trouble and you upload and download and change and reboot, and it just stops working for no reason at all. And I still haven't figured that out. And you see how shaky it is when it's in mouse mode. Wobbly. Why does that damn driver keep glitching? There's no reason for it. Pardon my language. It's very irritating when it does this. It's Thursday. I'm really looking forward to Saturday. Saturday's sister and her family, well, some of her family, are coming to visit to be, among other things, helping me fix that plumbing, finally. And helping me do old crap that's been cluttering up the place. So as you can see, feebly cleaning away at the mess my place is, partially presentable. All of us living a lie, you know that? All of us living a lie. We hear somebody's coming over, we clean up. Like, oh, they you know, we have to pretend we don't actually. They can't know. They don't want them to think we're slobs. I mean that you don't want them to have an accurate picture of you. I think the pizza guy's here. Delivery guy. Hello, hello. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. Had to run to the restroom. Pull this up, and pull this up. They credited Derpy as muffins. Get over it. You know? They need to get over it. Her name's Derpy. I swear. A handful of hypersensitive, perpetually offended people. There are two to look something up on the internet and find out for themselves. No, the name Derpy is not a term for retarded. Calling her muffins. Okay, let's give them credit for having the guts to actually have Derpy on the show. Crossed eyes, goofy behavior and all. But it's just really sad that we have to keep burning a pinch of incense to these whiny, shrill. And don't get me to oh, she has this so sensitive and so concerned. Look. You're not helping your child deal by being a hypersensitive hissy. I hate to break it to you. Originally, the words cretin, moron, mongoloid, retarded, those were all clinical terms. You know why they became in terms? Because no matter is not a good thing. It's an unhappy event. It's a problem. It's sad, but you don't teach people how to accept something like that by teaching them to be hypersensitive about it. Excuse me. It's foolishness. And what kind of message are you sending? We think this character is retarded. We don't want that to be seen. Take her off the show. Think about that. Anybody who did 5 minutes of research on the internet would know that derpy is an affectionate term for clumsy, goofy, cockeyed. And it had never been used as an insult against retarded people. She is one of the most beloved characters on the show, and she's just a minor character. The fans adopted her. She became an icon for them. And they had other cases where little kids, with mentally challenged kids, they say, "What happened to the one with the funny eyes?" Oh, field that one, Mr. Sensitivity. You have to pardon me, I'm eating my dinner. Yay. Well, let's stop talk. Let's not talk about this derpy thing. Uh, we know what her name is. She's on the show. She's canonical. Her name is not Muffin. But she's there at least. And it was, the story was kind of strung together, kind of silly, but it was a love letter from the writers to the fans. We got to see. I am so glad that they actually took on the whole Lyra and Bon thing head on. Because if they hadn't said anything, see, there's that you can at least point back to the shows. They're friends. You lesbian porn addict. And I don't care if there's any lesbians or gays out there that think, oh, they need you to acknowledge us. Oh, shut up. Look, if you're living a lifestyle where you are so shallow that you need reassertion every 5 minutes, that you need affirmation of your lifestyle and everything from everybody all the time, then maybe you should start considering whether this is the lifestyle for you. What show are you talking about, Riley King? You said, point back, don't like shipping. They had an entire episode whose moral was shipping destroys. Oh, yeah. Not really. It wasn't about shipping. It was just a typical Valentine's Day plot. Teacher a boyfriend or something. That shows you how times have changed. It used to be that, you remember the old Little Rascals, the kids were constantly terrified that their teacher, Mrs., I forget what her name was, they were terrified that their favorite teacher was going to get married and leave them all. And they were constantly conspiring to make sure that that didn't happen. Well, anyway, I'm glad they confronted it straight on. They made it. They established it that they're friends. They also did it with Vinyl Scratch and, which was very cute and very clever. I liked how their home was literally divided down the middle. And roommates. In both cases. And of course, that won't stop the perverts. Look, they can, you point out that their favorite gay, their favorite gay is married with kids, and they'll say, good cover. Homosexuality has become an obsession in our culture. It's a deviant obsession. Even among the straight. It's been sold as proof of how enlightened you are. There's a book you ought to pick up. It's called, by Thomas Sowell. It's called The Vision of the Anointed. As C.S. Lewis put it, God preserve us from ever falling into the hands of a benevolent tyrant, because it's better to fall into the hands of a benevolent. It's better to fall into the hands of a tyrant than to fall in the hands of a self-righteous busybody. He didn't use those exact terms, but that's the gist of what he said. Because a tyrant will get tired from time to time. They'll get tired of their own cruelty and tyranny, and they'll let up. But a moral busybody will continue persecuting you to the ends of the earth, because they do so with the approval of their own conscience. And that is leftism in a nutshell. They believe themselves to be in the enlightened ones. And we are all poor, benighted, ignorant creatures who need their benevolent guidance into a brighter utopia. It's all about, it's narcissism. It's all, for everything, it's all about feeling better about themselves. It doesn't matter that whether what they're doing does anything or accomplishes anything. It's about whether it makes them feel good. Seriously. Penn and Teller did one episode of their TV show BS on recycling. Now they tore it. They illustrated some, they just ran the numbers and talked to the experts and said instances such as aluminum and increasingly copper it's counterproductive. It not only costs more than making stuff from scratch, it produces more pollution and costs more energy. No lie. Not a bit of it is a lie. Absolute truth. It's very simple. They pay you for your aluminum, don't they? They pay you for your scrap aluminum and your scrap copper and all that. Do they pay you for your other sorted garbage? Do they pay you do they pay you for it? No. Except in certain rare circumstances, like, for instance, newsprint. They'll pay for that. But most of the crap that, they sort, it's like, if recycling was actually cost-effective, people would be paying you for your garbage. It really is that simple. And anyway, they did a thing where they pretended to be from the company, and they went into this one neighborhood. These people, they made up this whole new garbage sorting. Gave the people 10 different bins, literally 10 different bins, each one a different color, and told them this one's for paper, this one's for plastic, this one's for meat products, this one's for vegetable products, and this is for this and this, and just gave them each one a different one. And they ran these people through a rigmarole. Had them bring out their garbage and sort it while they watched, and even to see how fast they could do it. And in spite of the fact that it was ridiculous, it took them over an hour to each person to do, when it was a mess, and it was absolutely ridiculous, obviously ridiculous. They interviewed one woman afterwards and said, "Oh, I feel really good about this. It makes me feel like I'm contributing." those words. It's not about whether it works. It's about how they feel about they grew up watching Captain Planet, and they feel like one of the Planeteers whenever they go out and sort the garbage. Or when they go out and protest, like those morons who went out and protested the Exxon getting ready to drill for oil. They blockaded a harbor with kayaks to keep, to try and keep them from going out and setting up oil rigs and such. Plastic kayaks. Anyway, I remember reading people writing these young, dumb, 20-something feminists. Liberal through and through. She writes as a web comic. She was doing a autobiographical comic, and she went out to one of these anti-war protests they were running during Iraq War, back when Bush was in office. And she was saying, "Oh, I love this. I love this. I feel like I'm making such a difference." Didn't make a scratch of difference to anyone or anything. But, oh, she was participating. And then she went out and voted. These are the kinds of morons who are overrunning our world. They are the backseat drivers of civilization. They are worse than backseat drivers. They're drunk backseat drivers. And they are climbing over the back to yank the steering wheel out of our hands as we're cruising down the freeway at 60 miles an hour. Because the Kool-Aid they drank makes them feel so good about it. And this is why they're all running around pro-gay rights, pro-gay rights. It's not because they know anything or believe anything. It's because they've been told that this is the civil rights era war of the 21st century. This is the civil, it's the equivalent of Marching Jr. to be pro-gay. You could you could walk up to one of these idiots and say, "Are you pro-Flarsneve?" Pro-Flarsneve? What's Flarsneve? Pro-Flarsneve. It's the new civil rights effort. If you're pro-Flarsneve, you're marching with Martin Luther King. You're one of the noble, enlightened, unlike those bitter Republicans are against Flarsneve. And 5 minutes later, they'd be out in the street, waving giant foam rubber puppets around and signs and running around naked in body paint, screaming, "Plarsny forever! Yay, Plarsny right! Save the Plarsny!" It is how it makes them feel about themselves. And they've been told that if you're pro-gay, then you're one of the benevolent anointed. You're one of the enlightened. You're one of the anointed, the special ones. You're better than those old fogies you call your parents, and your preacher, and your teacher, and your doctor, and everybody else. You're wiser and more enlightened. And they get this, and they get this warm, fuzzy glow in their cockles from doing it. And so they go out there, and they see the two characters just sitting there on a bench. Yay! And the next thing you know, every bum twaddle on the internet is, "Oh, Lyra and Bon Bon, true love forever." Yeah. I think they chickened out just making them friends. I would have gone in there, I would have written them in as sisters who were both married. I would have written them as far as possible from having any kind of relationship. I would have had them walking there, just, "Hi, how you doing? Who the heck are you?" You know, just to jerk their chains around. You know, up until this episode, up until episode 100, they did the same thing with Vinyl Scratch and Octavia. And the thing of it is those two background characters, up until episode 100, never appeared on screen or anywhere at the same time, ever. It was just spun out a whole. They weren't even, didn't even, they haven't even been in Canterlot at the same time. But oh, they're gay and they're lovers and they're musicians together and they do kinky things with their musical instruments when nobody's looking. They poked fun at the Lyra and Bon Bon shipping. Lyra finds out that Bon Bon was a secret agent for Celestia. She goes, "Our friendship meant nothing. All those benches we sat on together." Just turning on the slideshow again. I'll be nitpicking at this for a while. Just kind of boring. And of course, God help you if you try and argue any of this moral point. God help you, seriously. God help you if you say that no, that's immoral. That's wrong. It's homosexuality. It's a sin. It's wrong. 2 women and 2 men. No, it's wrong. Well, they will fall on you like a pack of wolves. Mind overhead. Let's see. The major religions of cultures throughout human history we're in the state of imminent decay and collapse. Talks about the Greeks. Nobody mentions the fact that the Greeks, they were into buggery, and they preferred it with young pre-adolescent boys. Nobody wants to touch that live wire. The ones that the civilizations that tolerated homosexuality inevitably tolerated things that were unspeakably disgusting. When a civilization no longer accepts the unquestioned morality of the union between a man and a woman, when marriage is no longer held as sacred, human sexuality turns into a free-for-all. Pardon. Look, this isn't, this isn't just some religious thing, okay? Even setting aside the teachings of the Bible, Testament and the New Testament, about sexuality, and love, and marriage, matrimony, even setting that aside, it is self-evident that the most of the human species, in civilization, is the man, the woman, and their offspring, the family unit. If you're a creator established by God Almighty, if you're an you claim that it is a foundational building block that has been in existence. Either group, theist or atheist, has to admit that it is a fundamental thing and it is not to be trifled with. It should be self-evident that a monogamous bond, or even a polygamous bond between a man and several women, is preferable, demonstrably so, because it provides the ultimate instability to that fundamental building block of civilization. The most stable form in architecture is the triangle. Man, wife, child. And that trying to arrange it in any other fashion, it should be obvious from biology that any other, that a male pursuing a male or a female pursuing a female is an aberration and a harmful one. It's self-evident in practice that the stability of civilization depends upon the stability of the union between a man and a woman. That it is intended to be monogamous and lifelong. Any other arrangement, have tried them all. Yes, we have. We have tried all of them. We have tried everything imaginable under the sun has already been tried, and it has cost us the world. A monogamous perpetual relationship between a man and a woman it's not just history, it's biology. And any other variation has to be placed outside of the line of the acceptable. Because time and history have proven again and again that any other arrangement is destructive to the participants and to those around them. And not just because of all the haters out there. I get so tired of it. The reason they're so miserable is because of you. No, I had nothing to do with what. Even in cultures and places where homosexuality and sodomy are only embraced, the misery inherent in the illicit lifestyles is self-evident. Back in the 60s, everybody was running around waving signs that yelled, "Smash monogamy!" Where they all are. Their lives are wrecks. And now you got people running around, "Smash heterosexuality!" And we're having to bury them by the millions. Humanity does not thrive. Humanity dies, frankly, outside of any arrangement other than that between a man, woman, and child. Marriage, the nuclear family. Polygamy, where a man marries several women at once. That pushes the outward boundary of it, because it's still in the end, and the man is them. All those other things that people have come up with and replace marriage, they don't work. And homosexuality is so far outside of the one system that does work that it should be no question at all that it's not morally or ethically acceptable. But we live in a society that has convinced itself that the more perversion and corruption you tolerate and support, the more enlightened you are. They've got homosexual activists in public schools even now. One of the things they've been telling kids, and this is verbatim, is telling them that if you think you're homosexual, go out and find an older lover to help you feel your way through these things, and to support you and give you, moral, backing and morale support for your entry into the new lifestyle. Pedophilia, 20 years. They're going to be the next ones up on the block, demanding that we respect their right to diddle little kids. They were dumb enough to believe that they were fighting for freedom in the sexual revolution. They didn't free anybody. They made us a sexually licentious society, and look at what has happened. Men are afraid to give women a compliment. They turned the absolute boundaries of sexual permissiveness. They turned the absolute boundaries of absolute moral standards into a minefield. Where at one time the boundary was no, not until you get me a ring and marry me. Now there's a whole minefield. They got all sorts of craziness going on. And I told you about the one young man. He and his girl having sex. They were in the middle of sex. At it, and she changed her mind. But he kept going and finished. And so she accused him of rape and got him sent to prison. All the sex revolution did was take away our ability to say absolutely yes or absolutely no. And to have it stick. I know that there would still be people doing the shipping no matter what they wrote for the show. That's the sad thing. That's how perverted our society is. That's how perverted we've all become. It just rolls off our backs, and we just what screeches of outrage and horror a short while ago doesn't even faze most of us. But they'll do whatever they want, but we don't wrong. but we stopped calling it evil. We stopped calling homosexuality evil. And it is evil. Can you think of anything more evil than saying, I don't care how wrong it is, or how wicked it is, or how unnatural it is, or how harmful it is? I want to screw it, so I'm going to go ahead and hump it now. Hey, hey, hey. Insisting that your crotch has a higher moral vote than the rest of society. Can you think of anything more vulgar, more selfish? That's not love. If you truly love, if these gay people actually truly, these people living in this homosexual lifestyle truly loved one another, they would not drag the person they loved into that lifestyle. They would work day and night to get them out of that lifestyle. But they're not going to agree with me. Why should they? They ignored. I mean, God firebombed Sodom and Gomorrah over this crap. Okay? Entire civilizations have crumbled. But just been wiped off the face of the earth. For their depravities. And it is human nature to ignore the consequences and say, oh, it won't happen to me. I have sins in my own life. My constant prayer is, oh God, please help me resist these sins. Do not let them devour me, for I do not want to end up like that. I know that the end of sin is death, and not just spiritual, it's literal physical death. Any sin in the Bible, you engage and indulge in a sin, you're just chopping years off your life, just for starters. We have a civilization that has a vested interest in not believing in God, not believing in good and evil, not believing in sin. And any effort to tell them otherwise only gets you a raised middle finger to the face. They laughed at Noah. Right until the water started rising. They laughed. The people of Jericho laughed at Joshua and the children of Israel. And then the walls fell. God have mercy on me, a sinner. You know, I am quite outspoken about the fact that I find that I do not approve of homosexuality, and that homosexuality is a sin, that it is evil, that it is wrong, and that God condemned it in the Bible repeatedly, and that He did not revoke that condemnation in most online forums, especially in film fiction, where fandoms seem to be incredibly vulnerable to the sexually deviant. Because fandoms are groups of people who are and being a clustered together group of outcasts, they are easily preyed upon they are easily preyed upon by other groups' unwillingness to shun others as they have been shunned. That's what happened to the furry fandom, the anthropomorphic fandom. They started forming together. It started as a convention, and they started meeting at a sci-fi convention, and they said, oh, this is interesting, we have something in common. And it snowballed from there, and then the next thing you know, a handful of militant butt pirates positions, jailhouse gay. They were perverts that reached a point where they realized that they owned the pillow, and they took over and started funneling gays, lesbians, posting ads to these conventions in fetish forums, every freak group they could find. And the fans that had been there from the start never knew what hit them, because they'd always been treated like outsiders, and here come all these other people. It wasn't like they came in dragging their knuckles and slavering at the chops. Oh, well, we don't want to exclude these people. I mean, we don't want to be as bad as the people that excluded us. And the next thing you know, you had bestialists on the art floor, bondage freaks running up and down the halls during the conventions. They turned it into a buzzard's nest. Just filthy and nasty. And it took years before people finally said, okay, we've had enough. And they started pushing back. But they've not even come close to what they need to do. There are things that are going on in these fandoms. If we were half as decent human beings as we claim to be, we would not have tolerated them for a second. There are people out there drawing porn of the underage characters on this show. The first time somebody submitted that kind of stuff to an art group or to a bulletin board or anywhere else, they should have been permabanned. It's My Little Pony, not My Little Pedo. I mean, my God, pedophilia porn. our society is so marinated. The internet is so marinated in lasciviousness that it barely even generates a surprise anymore. I mean, somebody who comes out with a picture of underage character engaging in sexual activity, where is the visceral rage? We should have fallen on them like a pack of wolves. We don't want to say anything. We don't want to be too judgmental. We don't want to be. No. You don't tell me that somebody who draws this stuff isn't going to be looking for photographs of it somewhere down the road. Even the ones that are doing this sleaze, this would be shocked that I say it, but you'd be amazed at how many drunks started, I'll never get alcoholic. That far. Before you know it, there they are. I'm serious. The first time somebody, they call the ones in the brony community call it, in the brony fandom, they call it foal con, otherwise known as kiddie porn with little ponies. Where is our outrage? The first time somebody, why? Why was there no outrage? I mean, that crossed every, every line that society had left. Is the hypocrisy of versus cartoon somebody posted a kiddie cartoon porno picture on an art group, and everybody's, oh well, we don't want to be judgmental. It's not really illegal. It's only a cartoon. It's only lines. It's only. But if you took that same picture and across his chest. I mean, the Viking hordes would ride, To arms, to arms! Sorry, I'm sort of munching in your ear. Got a bit of a thunderstorm brewing up here. You have to excuse me for a second. I gotta go shut some doors here. I love stormy weather. Oh my. It's a bit of a windy T-boomer out there right now. Whew. A bit loud too. Oh, for those that was big. Yeah. For those, excuse me. Coughing's a real adventure these days. Got a strain spot above my, the hernia operation they did last year, and gonna on Monday and have him take a look at that and get a appointment with a surgeon to look at, it's just the. I gotta hold a pillow or something over my stomach when I cough or sneeze to keep it from, just in case. It's fun. Get old. I knew I was going to get old and things were going to wear out and stop working, and I was, but I wasn't expecting to just start literally coming apart at the seams. I'm like, crap. Gallstones and umbilical hernia and 2 different hernias and possibly a 3rd one forming, and I'm just gonna sit up one. My butt's just gonna thunk. What happened? Oh, the bolt's rusted through. What's that on the floor? Well, it used to be my ass. Yeah. That's my life. Wow, the feed is really bad. Look, it is blurry. Oh. Yeah. Skype. If you want to call, want to ask questions, make comments, criticism, cheap insults. Whoops. Are you still there? My power just went woogie woogie. I was going to say, if you want to, I don't know, make a pledge for $1 million, I'll happily take you in. But if you want to call, RH Junior 01. Hey, Ebony Griffin. Oh, really? I gotta go in and weigh myself. They have bathroom scales at Walmart, but they only go up to 4. I don't know what double posts. I did double post the last 2 comics I did on the website. because, well, basically accidental, but it works out to my benefit because people aren't used to those particular comics updating, and I figured I'd better put a copy on the front page. It's for the best to have a copy on the front page, that way they can know, hey, guess what, they updated, yay, and go from there. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. Ah. Edit, undo. Edit, undo. Come on. Whoo! We got us some weather happening here. Yippee-ki-yay, yippee-yi-yi-yo. We need some matrix. Let's see, do I have pattern? I used to. Okay. No, Batman. Yeah. Oh, fan of any particular anime or manga at the moment? No, I'm not really got anything in particular I'm watching. So, when you're talking about Emmy Griffith, I sort of got off on a sidetrack about the whole gay shipping thing that's going on. But talked about episode 100 of My Little Pony. Friendship is Magic. They used the premise that the main six were busy fighting a monster, a bugbear, to basically run around town, to basically take the viewer around town and introduce all the background characters. Every last background character they introduce, they lifted straight from fandom. It's scary. It really is. How closely they have to be watching the fandom to pick up on this stuff. I mean, they had Derpy Hooves. They brought Derpy Hooves back. Yes. They credit her as Muffin in the credits, but she's there with the goofy eyes and clumsy and making mistakes and stuff. And she was adorable. And she's apparently dating Dr. Hooves. Yes, they had Dr. Hooves. They made him... He's not a time traveler, but he is an eccentric inventor who tried to invent a time machine, but it really didn't work out. He said he went to all the trouble of building it, and then he found out they had a magic spell for it, so Yeah, Button Mash, Lila and Bon Bon are friends and roommates, and they confirmed that they are just friends. Thank you. And they were deliberate about confronting it. And it turns out that Bon Bon, this is a relatively minor trope. You don't see it very much in the fan fictions. But one of the popular gags is it turns out that Bon Bon is a secret agent of some sort. Well, in episode 100, it turns out she's a secret agent under a witness protection program. Dr. Hooves was. And I love that he and Derpy are in a relationship. I love that he couldn't get his suit and bow tie done in time, so he wore one of his 50-foot scarf. It was all I could find in my closet. How do I look? And then there was Stephen Magnet. Give him the fan name, Stephen Magnet. And I thought it was a cute callback. It turns out that he's an old friend of Cranky. Apparently of a minor celebrity because he spent all those years traveling all over looking for Jenny. And well, you got to figure that he has to be some sort of celebrity already, right from he was invited to the Grand Galloping Gala, and that's her. So what does that tell you? It's interesting to speculate on. Let's see, they had Button Mash there. They even had a changeling there. They had, oh goodness, I'd have to watch the show to pick up on all the references and the fan references. It was great. I loved it. Saying earlier, that's what the sexual revolution did. First of all, is husband and wife. But we've made those into boring words. Man and woman, husband and wife, devoted for life, raising a child together. That's the whole point. Anything outside that is a sin. And it rapidly falls apart into selfish, self-indulgent. It's perverse. It's a corruption. But when we got the sexual revolution, everybody was a casualty. Because no longer could you... Look, we live in a world where everybody is so... We are so sexually liberated that everything has sexual repercussions. You can't... A teacher can't hug a child who's crying because somebody might think something's fishy about that. You can't... you can't hug a friend either. You can't compliment a woman without somebody interpreting it as a sexual advance. The process of dating is a minefield, mistake, and either of them is misinterpreted. Boom! Well, the Big Lebowski ponies were something the writers came up with, not the fans. But ponies fainting about everything. Somebody saying there, are you part fainting goat or something? And the running gag that everybody was like, oh, another monster in town. And meanwhile, the main six are running back and forth, blasting away at this thing. Of course, Cartoon Critic, I was saying that earlier. It's not about right or wrong with them. It's not about whether something works or not. It's about how it makes them feel. And it's narcissism. It's malignant narcissism. That's an actual term. That's an actual psychological term. They are pro-gay because being pro-gay gets you all sorts of kudos and everybody gives you a laurel crown as an enlightened individual. And that makes them, that gives them warm, fuzzy feelings down low in their cockles. Can you dig it? Now, I think the one thing that was missing, though, Dinky Hooves. I hope they have another episode with Derpy show up. Because, I mean, I gotta say, Derpy Hooves is what's the name of that Gamergate girl character that 4chan invented? What was her name? Anywhere she wears a purple and green shirt and she has frumpy brown hair and anyway, he says something great about the Brony family. They saw this girl. They didn't. They called her Derpy because she had funny eyes, and everybody fell in love with her. They didn't. They weren't picking on her. They weren't laughing at her because she was. They invented. They created her. The fans created her. They gave her a job. She was a delivery pony. She was a mail pony, and she was clumsy. And Uppy and Dinky have become the icon of motherhood. The mother and child relationship. And the drawings and the pictures I've seen of Derpy and Dinky together, the work that comes out for those two just melts your heart. I mean, Hallmark should be like, okay, we've got our Mother's Day cards for the next. Okay, we've got our Mother's Day cards, our mother's birthday cards, and our daughter's birthday card. 2,000 years, because Derpy Hooves, Derpy and Dinky, it's so adorable. It's so sweet. But and it just warms your heart. And other fans, they gave, and when Sparkler came along and, on the mother, sister who's social, everybody said, okay, so now Derpy's adopted a teenage girl. And they ran with it. They may have drawn her and they made a mistake. They made an animation mistake. The fans took that animation mistake and loved on it. They gave her a personality and gave her a family and hooked her up with Dr. Hooves, and it was just adorable. And it just warms your heart knowing that people know what they want. People know right deep down what is really good. What kindness and compassion and love look like. They know what caring looks like. Can you dig what I'm saying here? And they literally took this character, this little bubble flanked character, and made her an icon of devotion and motherhood. And that always, and it could have gone so many different ways, but it was so adorable. And they brought that through in her and Dr. Hooves. All that was missing was Dinky. And I'm like, maybe next episode. But, let's got the name Stephen Magnet right. It was one of the YouTube auto translators. It's, forget, one of the lines, the CMOS, is just great. And, and I love that they had, I wish they had the guts to show Button Mash and Sweetie Belle sitting together at the wedding. That would have been epic. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. What are they doing? They're suing him. They're harassing him. They're sending him cease and desist orders because he made those adorable little Button Mash cartoons. And I'm like, you morons, hire him. But no, Oh, come on, computer. Okay, let's see here. Got sidetracked there. Images. Let's see. She is cool, but it's kind of dated. Let's see if we can find some flying computer code. There's a few images, but nothing that's really jumping out at me as suitable. I need some inspiration here. Just gonna poke my brain around a little bit. It's funny. It's going to be. I wonder how many years. I wonder how many years people are going to associate green text on a black screen with computers. It's interesting. We still use the old icon for a telephone, for our telephones. We still use little envelopes for our email. It's interesting how many little archaic relics we have in our mental association. Yeah, Flufflepuff the lesbian with Chrysalis the lesbian. These people need, in a healthier society, somebody being that obsessed with lesbians is I don't know, oh wow, I didn't know I had an anime. Ooh, I didn't know I could save animated GIFs in there. Oh wow, I didn't know I could do that. Holy crap. Well, what the hoop-de-hoo? Live and learn. That looked really, really cool. And I'm going to do it again. I'm going to start putting some animated GIFs in my folders for the show. Because that was darn cool. As what I was saying earlier, live on the air, it's Junior 01. I don't blame the original Button Mash for what the voice actor did. You know what I'm saying? If I did that, I wouldn't be able to look at Rainbow Dash or Applejack or ever again. You know, because of what the voice actor for them did. But some people, well, I've been accused of, everybody hating on Celestia. Well, I've been accused of Celestia hate because of the rise of Darth Vulcan. Most people seem to get it, but what they're missing is I'm not hating on Celestia. I'm just showing that she is far less than perfect. Yes. You know, she was perfect and flawless, and then, blah, 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 blah. And it just sort of bugged me. And and in Darth Vulcan, I've started taking apart, both in the canon versions and the fanon versions. I'll admit that some of the things in Darth Vulcan are lifted from the fandom, not from the canonical show. Fandom is much a thorn in my side as the original show fandom, and we've just demonstrated episode 100 that the common tropes that circulate in the can become canonical. So there you have it. Some of the things that it's just that there were just some fan works that just grated on my nerves so hard that I had to address them in the most immediate fashion available, which was Darth Vulcan. Okay, I will be right back. Restroom again. Enjoy the slideshow. And back again. Okay, on my back. Now, what I was saying is that, let's review. Just going strictly canonical, let's consider Celestia, a banished sister. She did what she had to do. But pretty much every action she did since then has been, the only thing you can call it is, all you can call them is unethical. There's a lot of canonical, there's a lot of tropes and explanations, you know, excuses they make for why she did some of the things she did. But what she did after punishment, questionably ethical at best, and outright indecent at worst. First of all, she let history fall apart. She either allowed, or she did it, or she deliberately erased history books. And look, you can't from a history book. You take out, for instance, look, what would happen if you took Winston Churchill out of a history or two? Or Washington. History suddenly stops making sense. Huge chunks of historical knowledge. She's in a terrible habit of letting that happen. Luna, the Crystal Empire, Discord, Sombra, Tyrek. Incident after incident that she just allowed to disappear from common knowledge. And we're so far as dealing with just the issue of her sister. She allowed her sister to be defamed for 1,000 years. Rather than she depended almost entirely on luck and accident to get everything in place for when her sister returned. It made for a typical fairy tale story, but as far as real life ethics go, it's terrible. I mean, we get on Obi-Wan for not telling Luke Skywalker who his real dad was, and justifiably so. What Celestia did is magnitudes larger. She literally altered the history books and corrupted the folklore of her own people. And now she's wondering why her sister's having so much trouble readjusting. She spent 1,000 years telling everybody her sister was a boogie monster who ate them. Or letting it be believed, which considering her level of authority and power, was about the same thing. And the thing she has done, first of all, even Celestia is supposed to believe that Luna's downfall was her own fault. She ignored how Luna fell into her shadow. And it's only the fact that we saw if it weren't for the fact that we saw in Twilight's Kingdom exactly what happened when she was banished, it was desperate, impulsive, only option on the decision. And it was apparently bad enough that she lost over the elements from then on. But to wonder, how long did she fail to notice that her sister was being ignored, set aside, shunned? Look, this is Celestia and Luna is a typical problem you have between an older and younger sibling, especially if the older sibling becomes an authority figure, a parent figure. Luna was in an untenable situation by any understanding. One of the things that my father always told me is that you can't really grow up and be a man until you leave the home. Because as long as you're living in somebody else's house, you're just, as long as you're living in your parents' house, you're their child. And in the end, you're subservient to them. You're not as much of an adult. You have to leave the nest in order to grow up. And I have to agree with him from my own personal experience. This is why I deliberately make a point of not attending at their church, not constantly hugging the house, because it's taken me far too long to get out on my own, even to the degree I am, and I've already been down that. But Luna, they're immortal. Celestia and Luna are both immortal. Luna was looking at being the little sister forever. Being the less appreciated, powerful, less admired little sister to Celestia the forever. That would make anybody snap. And apparently, the fact, and what made it worse, they both lived in the same castle. And if anything, the situation since Luna was banished and returned has gotten worse. Think about it. She went because she was alone. She was unappreciated. She felt unappreciated. She felt alone. She felt powerless in her own kingdom, even though she had a throne right next to her sister. Now, 1,000 years in the future, they're not even living in the same castle. Their childhood home is gone. A half-reclaimed ruin out in the middle of the ever-free forest. The capital is 100% Celestia's. It's Celestia's castle, Celestia's decor, Celestia's throne, Celestia's people, Celestia's everything. She doesn't even have a throne now. She borrows Celestia's for the Night Court, apparently. If she had any friends back in the days before her fall, for 1,000 years, she never got to say goodbye to her friends. Think about that. Imagine waking up. Imagine being thrown in jail, waking up the next morning and finding out that everybody you knew in your entire life, your friends, your acquaintances, your co-workers, your parents, your family, your brothers, your sisters, the servant who brought you your morning breakfast, everybody that you knew even remotely for 1,000 years, and everybody that was left, it was bad enough when she was ignored. Now she's feared for things she didn't even do. In her absence, her loving sister let the entire kingdom go around saying that she ate children. And I'm not going to get past that point. She told people her sister ate kids, okay? How, and just that sort of says it all right there.
Luna is the equivalent of your found out that his home has been bulldozed. All his friends are gone, and his older brother has been driving around town in his car telling everybody that he raped a 12-year-old. You know, it's bad enough to be condemned for what you actually did do, but to be turned into a nightmare horror figure? You can't tell me that fur didn't fly that night. Celestia, tell us something about this nightmare. Really, you just go with the basic information you got there. Celestia locked her kid sister away in the moon. Her sister didn't even really imperil the world. She cast an eclipse and just went into an enraged fight with her sister. And her sister, in a panic, grabbed the nearest powerful artifact she could find and blasted her sister with it. It was only after the dust cleared that Celestia probably figured out what had happened. You know, for supposedly for a sister who feels all sorts of guilt to her baby, for everybody writes Celestia as being racked with guilt over what happened to Luna. But Celestia quite obviously didn't feel guilty enough to tell her kingdom the truth. And that's the angle I've been playing in Darth Vulcan, is that she has been the matriarch of Equestria for at least for over 1,000 years. You got to figure that Celestia and Luna ruled over Equestria at least for about another 100 or 200 years before Luna's fall. And Celestia has been the ultimate, always right big sister for over 1,000 years. And to her, Luna went crazy from being in her shadow and ended up on the moon. Sunset Shimmer finally figured out that Celestia was holding out on her, blew up and ran away. Twilight, a walking mass. I'm sorry, I mean, you gotta wonder what the hell Celestia did to Twilight to make her that OCPD. So Celestia's record hasn't exactly been, stellar. Other ponies. You know what I'm saying here? Constantly forgetting about all the sealed evil in a can she's left all over the place. Oh yeah, Tyrek? Oh, wait a minute. What was it? Oh yeah, Discord. Yeah, there he is. And on and on and on. Tyrek, Discord, Chris. I gotta want, I'm them to do another Changeling episode for us to find out how much they knew they were about to be invaded. Think about that. They knew they were being invaded by Changelings, because they had that force field up there that was Changeling proof and scanned for Changelings, so they knew. So obviously, Celestia knew at least something about what the Changeling. And yet it totally escaped her notice when the Queen of Changelings replaced. That's one perspective, Robert. That Celestia is a neoliberal powering her benevolent dictatorship with the dynamic narrative of a destructive threat that is somehow a victim as well, which eventually Celestia will need to set right. No, I think it's just that she's a smother, if you get the pun. She's a maternal figure. She has been a sort of mother figure for all of Equestria, from her sister and her loyal, faithful student on down. And she's gotten to the point where she, the old saying, mother is always right, and she's gotten to the point where she believes it. And I'm yet to see her colossal mistakes she's made. At least not in the show. This is why I started writing, this is part of what motivated Darth Vulcan. Everybody pictures Equestria world, but it's got to be a rough road to hoe to live in a world where mommy never lets you grow up. Well, what they need is to be free people. They need to be free people. Celestia needs to realize it's time for her little ponies to let go of the apron strings, or for her to let go of them. For her to let go of them. That they don't need somebody. They don't need somebody hiding the truth for them to protect them, or manipulating them from the background. They need to see, she has been a matron. Even a benevolent dictatorship is still a dictatorship, and it has the flaws thereof. And she's been leading her cult of personality, and the consequence has been, their country has been relatively peaceful, but it has also escaped again and again and again by the skin of their teeth. Because she wants them to feel safe, but she doesn't want them to be safe. And that's the irony of it, is that the safest people in the world don't feel comfortable. Right, and they don't make other people, a room full of armed men is safer than a room full of unarmed men. But the fact that they're armed sets certain people on edge. If you follow my meaning. Celestia is thinking like a mother. That's not a bad thing, but it becomes a bad thing. It's how you're running a country. That's why I wrote, the whole Nick series. Why in most of my stories, Celestia are actively looking to put themselves out of a job. Because I've come to the conclusion, if they are actually as benevolent as they are portrayed, would not regard ruling a country for all eternity as moral or benevolent. And if for no other reason that they'd come to hate the job. Do I still have that page? Let's see. Space battles. New age bullshit generator. Hacker typer, here we go. Here, check this out. Check this. This is. I found. Let's see here. Here. Hackertyper.com. You just randomly type stuff. Just randomly hit keys. You can do this spacebar. If you're doing a movie here, you know. There's a couple of ads down at the bottom. This is what it is. What those are. Down the press. Let's see if I can. What is it? What is it? Print screen. There we go. Looking for that. Ta-da! There we go. And the crop it. View. Okay. Okay. Edit. Copy. There we go. I know what to do. There we go. Looks very computery. Ooh. Oh, this is very nice. I'm saving this. There's a whole section. Effects. Bookmark. Bookmark this page. Okay, create a planet. All NASA images are public domain. Well, how about that? Okay. Let's see. Okay. I open this here. So let's see. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Adjust. Blur. Okay, this is taking a little while. I know it's awful quiet, but I got the rain. Okay, let's see here. Give it time there. To Scandinavia? I certainly haven't. I haven't been outside the country. Just waiting for it to process here. I'm starting to get seriously groggy. It's still processing. Delete. Come on. I hope it hasn't jammed. Hmm.
Two. Let's try that. Let's see. Okay. Oh, that didn't work either. Oh, that didn't work either. No. Undo. Ta-da! Now we move this one. Okay. And there we go. Nice, realistic looking planet.
Yes. Let's see. We'll get this. We got that. Blue. Okay. Say hello to the world of Proteus. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Awesome town. File save. Okay, let's see. Need a magic wand. Alright, that'll do. And we need a new brush. Roar, show, DV stars. Here we go. Okay. Particle size. Whoa, too dense. No. That's a pretty awesome looking planet, if I do say so. You know, in retrospect, the whole Death Star plan was frickin' stupid. It took them how many years to build that thing? Let's see, they were just starting to build it when Luke and Leia were born. So it took them 20 to complete that booger. And that was the first strap. The second one they made was even bigger. Granted, they managed to streamline the process, so it only took them about 5 or 10 years. But still, that's one Death Star. And they just blew up a planet, you know, just for the laughs. Just to just to put the fear of God into a single prisoner. Alderaan, you know, and Alderaan was supposed to be like a rich planet, and they blew the crap. It would scare a lot of people, but response to fear isn't always or kneeling in terror. Sometimes when you wheel, you know, that critter will turn around and mess you up. You want an illustration and start a vacuum cleaner at the same time. When the skin grafts finally take, then you can come back and talk about the effects of fear on controlling people. They blew up a planet with the, you know, and that would have guaranteed every star system in the galaxy would have been jumping on board with the rebels and arming them up to the teeth. I mean, this wasn't like the atom bomb where you couldn't see it coming. This thing is the size of a planet, and it telegraphs its presence quite clearly. It wouldn't have just been a handful of X-Wing fighters. It would have been every fleet in the galaxy. Rebel, neutral, entire civilizations that nobody had discovered. It would be the equivalent of opening... It would be the equivalent of walking into a dangerous neighborhood, you know, a drug gang neighborhood in the middle of night, and opening fire, random handgun. If they're, you know, if you're in a nasty enough neighborhood, chances are that there are going to be people out on the street that hear gunfire, and they aren't going to wait to see who's shooting before they return. People, you know, there would be everybody under the sun trying to... People would be sabotaging that thing. I mean, figure out the billions of tons of supplies and stuff. People would be smuggling in nukes 7 days a week. Yeah, some crime lord tried to make his own version. He stripped it down till it was nothing but the laser cannon, you know, the big Death Star death ray, and he called it the Dark Saber. The thing of it was is that built it for him used cheap labor, as in aliens that were thieves. The problem, you know, they were intelligent enough to do the work, but the entire species could be distracted by shiny objects. So they assembled the dang thing, they test fired it, and it blew to Kingdom Come. Let's face it, George Lucas fell backwards into a franchise that by all rights he never should have. He did, you know, he is a mediocre writer. And he just hit just the right note at just the right time, and it took off. And he has been trying to recatch the lightning bolt ever since. There's a reason that when a superpower builds a new super battleship, it doesn't go out on the oceans and randomly pick a coastal country and start bombarding it just to test its firepower. It's a quick way to become vastly unpopular all at once. I haven't seen Jurassic Park. I haven't seen the newest Jurassic Park, and I'm probably not going to. It's the same dang plot. Here's how we don't learn from our lesson, you know. Here's how we're not going to learn from the last time. It only killed people last time we tried it. Let's do it again. Oi. What can you do, you know? That was a very well-made planet, if I do say so myself. It's very nice. I like it. Okay. The reason we're talking about Proteus is this is a bit of a spoiler. Proteus is a planet that produces organic material in bulk. Basically, it's covered of genetically engineered microorganisms that continually crank out, for example, gallons of proteins and amino acids, custom made. They pump them up out of the ocean, cycle them, can them, label them, ship them all over the galaxy. Now, you might be asking, one of the questions you might be asking is, why don't they just use a replicator and make all the amino acids they need, or or the proteins, or the other organic materials they need on site? Now, you have to realize economies of scale. Sometimes, a replicator is a nice idea, but you got to figure the technology is very, very energy expensive. Time-consuming energy means just expensive in general. It's like your printing press in your computer. You know, it's great for printing out stuff for your own personal use, but you wouldn't want to use it to print a run of 1,000 books for shipment. It wouldn't be able to handle the load. It would also be slower. Sometimes it's just simpler to make whatever you're doing by hand from raw materials that are available. And Proteus is a chief example. You know, there are planets that are terraforming. There are organizations that are creating new products. chemicals, so on and so forth, and they in producing sort of, for lack of a better term, primordial soup by the 50-gallon drum. It's basically just a big algae. It's basically just a big algae pond for producing organic, raw organic material to order. And basically, our villain, Dr. Blackfoot for the ferret, is since he can't figure out basically, he's skipping over the first step of his experiment. As you recall, the first fundamental problem that the evolutionist has is that they have no idea what the primordial Earth was like. In fact, any of the models they can come up with have paradoxical problems that would prevent organic materials, much less life, from arising. One with an oxygen atmosphere would not be able to do it because oxygen is reductive. One without an oxygen atmosphere, wouldn't be able to do it because of ultraviolet radiation and stellar radiation. One with a methane atmosphere would not work because, quite frankly, there's no evidence of a methane atmosphere, and it just runs on and on and on. Basically, he has no idea. He wants to make some primordial soup, right? But he can't figure out what recipe to use. So he's gonna buy the stuff in the can. He's going to use the stuff, and what they're going to figure is that Proteus is pretty much custom made for his experiment, or at least looks on the surface, because it is literally a ocean planet covered in billions and billions and billions and billions of gallons of organic broth. This is going to cause a crisis because, among other things, this planet is also inhabited. It's a factory planet. And so there are at least a few million to a few billion people living and working there, which might object to their planet being blasted with an experimental weapon in a huge science experiment. Yes, well, the problem is basically you might consider this something of a Star Trek Genesis wave or Genesis effect bomb. Because basically it's a altering machine. It's a device that will alter statistical probabilities over a given area of space. Since the odds of random amino acids assembling themselves into a living organism is so astronomically low, he's basically going to hit it with a combination. This hasn't been revealed yet, but he's basically going to hit his experimental planet. He's basically going to cover it in primordial soup, then hit it with a combination of time acceleration and a probability wave, which will. His idea is to crank the odds of life arising up to compensate for the hypothetical billions and billions and billions of years you'd have to do. You'd have for it to just pop its head up out of the ocean on its own. The fact that it was highly unlikely that life would form now doesn't mean it was highly unlikely back then, and etc. In case you haven't, call it call this a spoiler, but he's in for a disappointment. The problem is that his probability altering device isn't discriminatory. You can't focus on one phenomenon or effect. It alters the statistical bell curve of every. So while you suddenly win the lottery, you get struck by lightning 5 times and hit by an asteroid. Metaphorically speaking. Precisely. That's what always great. Boom. There's a lightning bolt and primordial life in a little pool of water or mud on the planet. What did it eat? Did it breathe? Did it eat? How did it survive? They never think about that. It wasn't just the odds of it forming life, but of forming life that could survive in the environment it found itself in. They don't want to believe in God, because that means they have somebody to answer to. It's that simple. And it's about how it makes them feel. They've been told all their lives that if you were an evolutionist, you're enlightened. You're wiser and smarter than those ignorant Christians. Those ignorant Christians and those ignorant, intelligent design scientists. And, answers and shit. Oh, they're so stupid and ignorant. Aren't you glad that you aren't them? Aren't you glad that you're not them? You remember the prayer of the priest and the publican? The priest said, "Oh, thank you, Lord, that I am not like this sinner over there in the corner, like that publican over there. Oh, I am so, I have blessed you so greatly because I have served you so well. I'm so glad I'm not like this sinner over there." And the publican goes, "God have mercy on me, a sinner." Every liberal, every non-believer has this problem, but every liberal especially is a self-anointed priest. Oh, I'm so glad that I'm not ignorant and bigoted and prejudiced and racist and sexist and homophobic like you. I'm a liberal. Are you a liberal? Oh yes, we're both liberals. Aren't you happy? Aren't you glad we're not like them? Because we're atheists and evolutionists and vegetarians and environmentalists and social justice warriors and feminists, and we support the homosexual lifestyle and gay marriage, and you know, we do all the right things. We're so full. Sort my trash, and it just gives me a just sorting the papers from the just gives me a woody, because I feel so fabulous and enlightened and just liberated, you know. I have to be careful I don't fall into, you know, it's fun to make fun of them, but don't fall into the trap of becoming like. God have pity on us. God have pity on me, because I could be I can be just as big a jackass, a arrogant, self-righteous jackass as they are, just coming at it from the different direction. Liberalism, leftism, grand unification theory of liberalism. We've gone over this before. There's a book out called Kindergarten of Eden that covers the concept. This is called the grand unification theory of liberalism. The idea is, first of all, inequality is bad. Disagreements are bad. War is bad. War is caused by arguments. Arguments are caused by differences. Disagreements and differences. Therefore, in order to make the world a better place, we have to get rid of all the things that make us different from each other. No rich, no poor, no good, no bad. We have to be equal. Equality is good. Equality is good. Inequality is bad. We must be all equal. We have to pretend really, really hard that everybody and everything and all way philosophies and others are all equal, even when they're not. Phase 2. All ways are equal because we say so. Therefore, if one person or one way or one group or one nation or one faith or one lifestyle does better than another, they must have cheated. Because, I mean, Christians and Muslims are equal because we say so. Therefore, the fact that Christians are prospering and Christians are prospering and thriving and live in a futuristic society, while Muslims live in the Dark Ages, means that the Christians somehow cheated. Everybody's equal, and if you do better than anybody else, you cheated. Therefore, the only way to be a good liberal is to side with the loser against the winner. Because we have to make things equal again. We have to be on the side of we have to side with the wrong over the right, the successful over the failure. And this, first of all, we'll attack anybody that does better than anybody else. This is why they attack anybody that does better than anybody else. This is why they side with the worst people in the world and the worst philosophies and the worst ideals. This is why they prefer ugly art and music and writing. Because the only way to get ahead in our society is to be a victim, because that's the only way that they won't turn on you. And believing this makes them feel good about themselves. Of course it does. You take a child and pat them on the head every time they do something, whether it's right, they will grow up doing that very thing. Because the memory of how they were praised and petted for repeating it, or for action they committed, gives them a warm, fuzzy glow. And they've already demonstrated, right? Phase one, we have to pretend. We have to play. Everybody has to be equal for the world to be good. And therefore, we have to play pretend as hard as we can. And we have to believe that playing pretend changes the facts. This is why the rich man in hell was told, even if a man came back from the dead and told them the truth, they would not believe. Now, this is a grim dark to be talking about. But evolution, the entire generation. Let's see. The Scopes monkey trial was what, in the 1930s or 40s? Oh, by the way, the evolutionists lost the Scopes monkey trial. It was a complete setup right from the beginning. Scopes did not teach science or evolution. He was a substitute teacher for the class he taught, and he was literally approached and asked to do this. They wanted a case. Because they wanted evolutionary books they wanted to get their evolutionary teaching into the science classes. Now, for the past 50 years plus, 50 to 60 years, every generation of children to go through the public education system has been told to repeat over and over again that evolution is true, evolution is science, and therefore real, while Christianity is make-believe. They are mutually exclusive. they'll give lip service. Oh, well, you can still believe Christianity and still believe evolution, but God help you if you decide to believe what Christianity says in the first book. When it comes down to it, those two beliefs can coexist, but evolution gets precedence. They'll let Christianity and evolution ride the bus together, but guess which one gets sent to the back of the bus if it comes down to it? For all these years, for decades, generation after generation of kids, they have been praised and petted for repeating the tropes about evolution. They've been told how smart they are. They've been told that they are superior for believing. They believe evolution because a teacher told them so, and it gave them the warm fuzzies. Look at Richard Dawkins. I mean, the man radiates smug. I mean, he has to. He probably needs plastic surgery to remove the smirk on his face in every picture. He gets his rocks off on imagining himself to be more intelligent. In short, more evolved than us primitive, ignorant barbarians. Heaven help us. Christianity is no longer popular to be associated with. I don't think that the church, I don't think Christianity is not dying, it's just pruning. Just claim to be Christians is socially popular, rather than because they actually believed anything in it, have fallen away. When it becomes unpopular, that's when the rubber meets the road. I follow the precaution. Myself a genius. I never want to. I've had people give me, various tests and tell me, "Oh, you did so great on these tests, intelligence tests, and all these." And I'm like, yeah, and I've heard how these tests can be taken twice by the same guy and get two wildly different results, so. Being smart doesn't mean anything. Let's put it this way. There's intelligence and there's wisdom. Intelligence is like the propulsion that enables you to go forward. Wisdom is like the steering and navigation let you arrive where you need to go. And the majority of the human race, we're not stupid, by and large. On the average, we got pretty intelligent people. But the problem is that most of us are operating like a JATO rocket with a pair of bicycle handlebars and a lawn chair duct taped to the nose. Complete with a little bell and a ball horn to keep us amused while we hurtle towards our doom. Ching, 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 honk, honk, whee, boom! Well, it is 10:30. It is late. It is warm and stuffy and bleh. It did manage to get a good bit. I liked it. I like that planet. I am pleased with the illustration of the planet. Right there. I'm very happy with it. See it because I've got it on the wrong page there. Let me transfer that over. Yes! It is a well-drawn planet. Makes me feel kind of smug. I got all sorts of, that little tutorial page has all sorts of little tips on nebula and drawing rings and around planets and galaxies and stuff. And I'm like, time to up my game just a little bit. Okay, well, it is late. I'm going to let you all go. I would ask any fellow Christians out there to please be praying for me. I have got a lot of problems, personal, spiritual, and practical, and I need to get back. I need to find a church, get back in church. I need to start fellowshipping in with other Christians. I need to be about the need to get my life back on track and back in God's hands. Because doubt has been gnawing at my heart because of it. I'm practically shut in, really, because of my physical condition. Can't even, quite frankly, it's very simple. I'm going to start attending Baptist churches around here, and I'm going to show up, and I'm going to be wearing a t-shirt and shorts. Because those are the only things I can wear anymore. I'll be in t-shirt and shorts, and with bandages wrapped all the way up to the knee. And the first ones that don't give a flip are where I'm going to attend. Really, because half the thing that's kept me in is the aggravation, the struggle of just getting in and out of my vehicle, and the other half is the fact that I look so terrible. I mean, my legs are swollen up like balloons, and so I can barely walk, and it's you become self-conscious when you're in physical condition like this. I'm hoping that the problem with my legs will retreat as I lose weight. But I know for a fact that even if I get down to a perfectly healthy weight again, my legs are always going to be like this. This is a chronic condition. It's called lymphedema. It's just where the lymph glands in your leg stop moving the liquid, the fluid, back up your body. And it only gets worse with age. They have no cure, they have no treatment, they have no surgery they can perform to fix it, short of an amputation. And I'll be honest, there are days that I've seriously pondered it, but I think Jesus has been just dragging me back and forth over the coals to try and get my attention. I really haven't got my life together, and at my age, it's about time. Well, don't go to the service, go to the restaurant after the service. I love how Christians say, oh, I would never work on a Sunday. They're perfectly fine with the minimum wage people doing just that. I got another one of these emails from my mother this time. Is, comparing salaries, complaining about the fact that these minimum wage workers are going on strike, wanting $15 an hour wages. And said, well, the American troops don't make even nearly that much. And I wrote her back and said, Mom, this ain't right. Okay, let's take that from the top, okay? Let's really top and think about it, okay? I'm stuck. I'm still here. I'm probably going to stay here for a while. As much as I talk about leaving, I still want to stay. Let's take it from the top. It involves deliberately not saying a great deal of things. It's an appeal to empty yippee-ki-yay patriotism and sentimentality. It's a ridiculous apples and oranges comparison, and it's fundamentally dishonest. First of all, I'd like to point out that yes, our soldiers do not make as much in cash as they ought to, but get free health care, housing, education, the GI Bill, and dozens of other rightful benefits not listed in their salary. When you talk about a soldier whose boots on the ground makes $18,000 a year, yeah, it doesn't list all the other things that aren't tallied up. They don't tally up the health care or the training or the education or the GI Bill or all the other. We can do better by them. That is not in debate. But let's lay out all the cards on the table. Well, shoot, it was the Armed Forces recruitment slogan since I was a boy, for crying out loud. Free money, free college, get an education, learn stuff only you can learn, be all you can be, join the Army. Remember that, be all that you can be. And talking about, all the bennies you could get in the Army. It's, great, yeah. So somebody in the private sector can make more money, but they're not going to get free health care, free college education, or any of those other things that the soldier gets. The soldier gets shot at. Let's be fair about that, too. The majority of the military is not boots-on-the-ground soldiers. Most of the military, something like 80%, 80 to 90% of the military is logistics. There are thousands of soldiers in the military who, with all, never see a gun fired in anger in their entire military careers. There are millions of desk jockeys and factory workers and men working on ships, and just that are hundreds or thousands of miles away from any battlefield. So let's be honest about that too. Still, they are expected to serve. They are serving their country. They are serving us. Thing they deserve, and maybe they ought to get a little bit more, considering some of the things that our leadership is doing to them these days. But comparing them to, it's interesting how everybody makes this comparison, yet nobody is ever really serious about raising the pay of the soldier. They just want an excuse, a justification for paying the menial worker as lowly as they do. I mean, and comparisons all the time. They make these ridiculous comparisons between, for instance, public school teachers and trash collectors. Oh, a trash collector than a teacher. Well, a trash collector doesn't get 3 months off in the middle of the year. And if a teacher, the kids stay home. Garbage man goes on strike, the whole city chokes on its own filth. So yes, they get paid a little bit more. Because in the grand scheme of things, keep the city from choking to death on its own garbage and sewage is a little bit more immediately urgent than making sure that they properly appreciate Shakespeare. If trashmen stopped working, entire cities would choke on their own filth. If teachers stopped working, the parents would start kids again and do a better job of it. So yeah, maybe the price is right. Or maybe we'd like to do a similar comparison between other, say, the average hard-working restaurant worker who makes minimum wage while scrubbing, cooking, and cleaning, and the average pro sports player who even at a lowest tier makes hundreds of thousands of dollars to play with a ball. Or let's do a comparison between a coal miner and a painter. A retail cashier versus a waiter, a farmer versus a greengrocer, a mailman versus a pizza boy. Oh, did you know that hot dog vendors in New York City, you know, a license to run a hot dog stand, a cart in Central Park, New York City, the license is $200,000 a year. Now, I want you to think about how many frickin' hot dogs that hot dog vendor sells to make a $250,000 business license a bargain. Think about that. There are hot dog vendors out there making more than some sports figures. Comparisons like these are easy to gin up, okay? That's why it is not up to us, but the free market, to decide what someone should make. It's not our judgment call whether somebody else's salary is fair or not, unless they actually work for us. You don't like that the burger flipper makes $15? No. Are you his boss? No. Up. Maybe we shouldn't be imitating leftist rhetoric just because we're in a snit about greedy, lazy burger flippers. That leftists get in a snit about greedy, useless CEOs or underpaid teachers. Also, this kind of argument ignores the person that wrote this is insulting people for having low-skill jobs. These same people who mock burger flippers, they go into a restaurant, they want their burger now. And God help you if you forget the pickle. They want that burger right, they want it done, made the right way, they want it done their way, and they want it on a clean, shiny restaurant. And they want to talk about how the burger flipper doesn't earn what they make. These are the same sort of people who would throw a fit at a cashier if somebody forgot a pickle in their burger when they're being rational. Filthy, reeking mess for the workers in the store to clean up. Yet they themselves wouldn't take they wouldn't take a job like this on a bet. And most of them, if they did, would fold like wet toast after just a week or a month of dealing with the work, the filth, and the customers. Minimum wage workers may not get shot at usually, but they do have to go into the store bathroom to clean up after the local junkie has puked, peed, and crapped on the floor in there. Or some soccer mom has flushed a used diaper down the toilet and flooded the john. And as to that, I have a friend who nearly got killed working pieces. Daniel Meyer. He told us about this. It was Daniel Meyer, but he had a job at Pizza Slut. Yeah, and I'm going to call him that. was working in the pizza place late at night. Gunman came in. It was just him and one girl who was there. He came in and tried to rob them. He was going to murder them. He was a gangbanging punk. Didn't have nothing. It was obvious he was going to shoot them. His life and the life of that girl. Metal thing that they used to slide pizzas in and out of the oven. He turned around and brought that thing down. It was lying on the floor, still attached to what was left of his hand. Whoosh. Pizza Slut thanked Daniel for saving everyone's lives by firing him. Hey, company policy. Besides, if he'd gotten murdered, there's always another worthless, lazy, undeserving, minimum wage, unskilled worker to take his place at the pizza oven, right? Ask a pizza boy whether his life is worth $7.50 an hour delivering your double sausage into Murder Street, USA. Every day of the week, somewhere in America, there's some pizza boy who probably gets mugged, robbed, or even murdered. And they're not allowed to carry guns to protect themselves most of the time. Their only defense is a little sticker in the window that says, "Driver only carries $50. There are junkies out there who will kill you for a Klondike bar, dumbass. Some hopped up freak on drugs. $50 and a lifetime supply of pizza. One dead body. He'd think it would be a good exchange. Retail might not require a fancy college degree, and it doesn't have a lot of skills. But it is anything but easy, simple, or safe. They call me unskilled labor. I worked in a donut shop. I worked with machinery that could literally rip my arm off if I made a mistake, or boil the flesh off my hands or face, or chop my fingers. There was a dozen ways. You know, I was at risk. I was working. You know, I had to be trained. I had to be taught. I had to learn the equipment inside and out. I had to learn its temperaments and its personality just to keep it working right. Every day there are 16-year-olds hauling around boiling oil. Get in and out of machinery just to make your frickin' French fries. And you want to talk about how unskilled labor there? If any of your union boys were to come down there, they'd be demanding for handling hazardous material. But no. Let's talk about how greedy the people working the minimum wage jobs are for wanting more money. Look, here's the biggie. Okay, thanks to our government's fiscal and monetary policy causing inflation. Look, we didn't really have inflation in this country until we switched to fractional reserve and fiat currency. The instant we got the Internal Revenue Service, the Social Security, and the Federal Reserve, they all happened in the same couple of years. Everything started going downhill. The government started printing dollars worth of precious metals that we actually had in store. And then, and the value of the dollar dropped. And then it's hovered around there, barely holding on. And then Nixon came along and took us completely off the gold standard. And the money just fell through the floor. In the past, 100 years, we have the American dollar has lost 95% of its value. And most of that since 1969. Why? What happens when governments go on fiat currency? It's a looting, it's a plundering, and it's a collaboration between the Federal Reserve, which is a private bank, and our U.S. government. Back in 1969, when they first introduced the minimum wage back then was the equivalent of $10 an hour today. Think about that. In 1969, you were making $10 an hour, or the equivalent thereof. In 2015, you are in 1999 equivalent of you were making $7.50 an hour, and you're making $7.50 an hour now. And guess what? Your pay, your minimum wage paycheck, 25% of its value, and that's before you count all the new taxes they've added since then, Social Security, and state taxes, local taxes, Medicare. How would you be if you were at the bottom rung of a company, working with the filth on the floor, okay? Cleaning toilets. And you discovered not only were you not likely to climb up the ladder very high, but the bottom rung had been greased. You were effectively, you were making 25% less than a man like yourself 20, 30, 40 years ago. Demanding a minimum wage raise. Let's make this clear. Demanding a minimum wage raise is not the solution. It's a disastrous idea, in fact. It will only accelerate the process. For a brief while, you'll be making a little bit more money. And the laws of economics will come full circle, and the average dollar will be worth even less. That's all it means. Is that every time they raise the minimum wage, all they're saying is that a dollar will buy less labor. Think about it. The only monetary standard is the labor hour standard now. Essentially, it's not fixed, but there it is. Back in 1969. Well, let's put it this way. When the minimum wage salary was $5 an hour, that meant $1 was worth. Well, let me do easier math. When it was $4 an hour, that meant $1 was worth 15 minutes of labor in any market. At least 15 minutes of labor. When it went up to $6 an hour, you weren't making more. All that meant is that a dollar that once bought 15 minutes of labor now only bought 10. When it went up to $7.50, the value, you could buy even less. And when it goes up to 10, a dollar will only buy 6 minutes of labor. When it goes up to $15 an hour, that'll mean $1 only buys 4 minutes of labor. That's not enough time to make a single cheeseburger. People don't understand that. The problem is, these strikers, these people going on strike, all these people in minimum wage jobs, these supposedly unskilled laborers, oh, trust me, Do you know how many people came out of college and they're now stuck in burger flipper jobs? These kids and these people that going on strike for a minimum wage hike was good economics. Who taught them that? That would be their parents and grandparents. My great-grandfather helped found the coal miners' union. So yeah, we got some strikers in my family too. Throughout the 40s, and for the past 50 to 100 years, and that's people going on strikes for raises. Where else did they learn this? They learned it from their parents and grandparents. And who taught them that the government putting a price cap on wages was a good idea? A price floor, rather. And that raising it was the work of angels. Where did they learn that? They learned it from the school, they learned it from the government, and yes, they learned it again, almost all of them, from their parents and grandparents. And who taught them real economics? The real reason their dollars were to beware of the minimum wage gamut. Who taught them the real way they could secure their future and get more pay? Who taught them the virtues of the open market? No one. Nobody taught them this. And we are surprised that when they are in trouble, they resort to the only thing they have ever been taught that works. Maybe you missed it, but the powers that be haven't just been raising the lowest rung, they've been greasing it. These people are suckers for demanding a minimum wage hike to fix the problem. Minimum wage hikes only make the problem worse, but that doesn't change the fact that there is a problem. They are being the taxes, both visible and invisible, the visible taxes, the hidden taxes, and the invisible tax of fiat currency have been robbing us blind, day in and day out. They have not been given an education that they can even understand this. But that does not make them lazy. It does not make them undeserving of better. This is the sort of thing, these things are where they do these commercials. Oh, these greedy people want $15 an hour for flipping a burger. Well, screw you too, pal. You're the a-hole that wants a grade A ground beef hamburger served to you on a fluffy white bun on a shiny clean plate in under a minute. You hog. You want to be treated like you're at the Shea Ritzy restaurant rather than at a fast food place. And you want these people to do it for less than you would pay somebody to mow your frickin' lawn. And you look down on them for doing the work that you would never willingly do yourself. You lazy burger horker. This sort of crap is the furthest thing possible from any sort of help. It plays right into the hands of those who are causing all our misery. Rather than getting together with these people and saying, yeah, you're getting screwed. You're hanging from the bottom rung by your fingernails, and they're doing a tap dance on your cuticles. Here, if we work together, we can fix this. Forget this minimum wage stuff. We'll fix it so that a dollar will buy. You will fix it so that a dollar is worth something again. And we'll fix it so that they're not sucking half the money out of your pocket for a perpetual government gravy train to the undeserving. No, instead of doing that, rather than directing together with the people at the directing our ire at the people in the government and the Federal Reserve who have set about doing this, directing our anger at the people who are causing our grief, we sit around emails and Facebook posts sneering at the people who wash our clothes, fix our food, scrub our toilets, and pick out our trash. And then we wonder why the Occupy Wall Street movement has no trouble rounding up tens of thousands of young people. I can't understand why there aren't more young Republicans. Got a quote from one kid. This guy was there's one guy writing. He's a counselor, a therapist. And he's dealing with one angry young man. And he said one day that kid said something that floored him. The kid looked at him and said, "I hate your generation." And he said, "What brings this around?" And he said, For my entire life, your generation sat around telling mine, go to college, go to college, go to college, get a degree, go to college unless you want to go to college unless you want to end up flipping burgers. And now my whole generation went out and went to college. And and now we've got our degrees. We can't get a job, and you call us lazy because we don't want to go flip burgers for a living. And the therapist said all he could say was touche. The days where you could pay off a college education with a part-time job, the days when you could pay off a school bill, a college bill, with a part-time job, or even 2 part-time jobs, that day is dead and gone. Okay? That was possible back in the 50s. Or the 60s, when you were making money and the donkey or a hard worker so much as it made you lucky. Nowadays, people are working for money that won't even pay for, the money shrunk out from underneath them. There are a lot of a-holes out there, lazy bums, idiots out there protesting and Occupy Wall Street. They're easy marks. But most of them are just easy marks. People who are struggling, who are frustrated. Here's another one that they always preach to us. Don't worry about the money. Follow your passion, and the money will follow. You remember that? And now they turn around and say, "Uses." Frickin' planet knew that we were going to be up to our eyeballs in a high-tech society like we have today. That's like asking somebody, why didn't you, that's like asking somebody who was raised in the 70s, why didn't you get Windows rated, No matter what course we would have taken. This is going to be a strong day. They're always counseling kids to go after the jobs of last decade. And then laughing when we find out when we off into a ditch. I used to agree with it. What are these lazy idiots out here protesting, marching with signs? They want $15 an hour for flipping burgers. Then I started remembering what it was like doing that job. I'm waiting for my dad to start his story. When I was a boy, my first job was sweeping out a warehouse. $dollars an hour. Yeah, move that up to today. How much was it? I don't like. Before my health finally failed, I worked in a series of retail jobs. I've never got any higher than that. I worked in restaurants. I worked in factories, retail. I worked at cash register. Little booth handing out stuff on toothpicks. I love how somebody who prepares food is called unskilled by people who could burn water. But I resent being told I am worth. I resent having my entire generation being called greedy, lazy, and worthless. For 50s. And I am mad for the current generation of 20-somethings. My niece's generation. They were raised with preposterous expectations. And the ones that fluffed them up for it are standing while they're lying face down in the mud. Look, you're not saying I haven't said myself. But I'm really tired of people who do the most unpleasant work imaginable in our society being looked down on and insulted and harassed and belittled because they don't work in a job where somebody's shooting at them. Oh yeah, they do. Or they look for a Ronald Reagan, Robert. Everybody's looking around for a Ronald Reagan. They're creative work, but it's interesting that all the people who have the qualities of a good leader are the ones who dropped out of the race. What Alaska? I'd vote for her. That woman is proof that the Republican Party knows exactly what the people want, and they would sooner roast in hell with a skewer through their testicles, rotating on a spit, than actually give it to us. Sarah Palin. I'd still vote for her. They gave her a vice presidential ticket, and to their horror, she was more popular than McCain. So they dropped her like a hot rock. Sometimes I think the best thing we could do for the Republican National Committee is to their headquarters with napalm and let God sort them out. We are heading for terrible times. I'm not talking biblical prophecy. I'm talking economic forecast. These are inevitable economic realities. No fiat currency, because fiat currency is not a legitimate form of money. It is a scam that has been used over and over again since the days of ancient Greece. It's used by the same sorts of people, politicians and bankers. To plunder and replace it with money. Monopoly money. 95% of its value. The British pound. The British pound is the longest lasting fiat currency in human history. It has lasted 300 years. The British pound originally was worth, 1 pound was 20 ounces sterling silver. It has lost in the past, in those 300 years, 98% of its value. The American dollar in the past 100 years has lost 95% of its value. They are teetering on the brink of collapse. News. Texas. Oh God, I wish I could move to Texas. You have that I could just simply live in a little trailer out in the middle of the Texas desert, than to live another tick. This Washington or New York. I live in. It's bad enough. But the Texas government is passing a bill that Texas, the state of Texas, is going to establish $1 billion in gold reserve of its own. Texas is going to set up its own gold reserve of $1 billion. Which way and they've made it clear that the federal government cannot have any of it. I don't know of any other state in the union that's doing this. The more I hear about how Texas is responding to the current circumstances, I come to the conclusion that Texas may be the only state that survives. They are actually setting up basically a monetary system around it too. If this passes, Texas will have its own, essentially its own money. Backed by real gold. I wish I could move to. I can't even afford to move from one end of the apartment to the other. Texas. The Mexican food sucks north of here anyway. Okay, I've run over. Went on a rant. Again, for me, I need help. I need all the help I can get. In other news, my sister and her husband is coming to visit me on Saturday, and they're going to be helping me fix my plumbing so that I have running water in my sink again and stuff, and helping me clean up stuff and clean out my house. Well, tomorrow night, we'll get a little bit more done. Hopefully we'll get some other stuff started, that kind of thing. You'll have yourself a good night, and God bless you. Jesus, watch over us all. Take care.